溜め込んだため息を吸い込んで飲み込んでゆく重なった息の色が作った青の色真夜中に浮かんだ雲になぜか溢れ出す小さな涙柔らかな光を君の胸の奥へ灯す美しくて儚くて少しだけ遠く感じるまばゆいほどの星の海を泳
Hello? Okay, it's working. For some reason, OBS didn't detect my mic. Hello, everyone! Hey, Dixie. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Like I said in DMs to most of you guys, I'm gonna be streaming for a while today. I'll explain a bit more the schedule later today, later in a minute. But yeah, see you later today then, Dixie. I know it's late in our time zone. But yeah, hello Lemon, hello Luranus. How you guys doing? Yeah, as I was just saying, the reason why I'm starting the time I'm usually stopping is because I woke up super late today. Because it's been multiple days in a row where my sleep schedule has been even more fucked than usual. Recovering, I fucked up my knee last night. Oof. I hope that he heals good. So yeah. Hope you recover well. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so it's been a few days where like I just haven't been able to sleep properly because we've been doing fucky wuckies and on stream. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna catch up on that. I'm gonna try to stream as much as possible today. So here's the plan. We have like exactly how many commissions? Here's it. We have 17 live drawings left. 17. That's just counting the live sketches, right? Not the illustrations. 17. Hey, Secta, welcome to the stream. Yes, late night Alexy stream or rather early morning Alexy stream. Because, like I said, we're gonna go all day, quote unquote. I will take long breaks where I will, I don't know if I'll shut down stream or not. Maybe not. That way people can lurk and stay here. So yeah, right now the plan is I'm gonna stream from right now to noon my time. Which is gonna be in about 7 hours. I think so. Unless I'm stupid. Guys, I don't even understand. Okay, it's Sunday my time. I mean, we're now Sunday, right? But like up until a few hours ago, it was 6 here to name layers. Yeah, no, okay, because I had a brain fart. I didn't know what day we were. Oh yeah. Usually we would do on Saturdays we would do the Sword Art Online watch party, but since today we're gonna be streaming mostly during the night, I don't think people will be available. I think Clement is driving, and also I think, well, I don't know if he's driving. No, he's not driving, but he packed up his computer, I think. And Drongodal. Well, Drongodal might be available because we're streaming late. Whatever. We might not do a SEO watch party today. But we will do a Kamen Rider V3 watch party at the end of the stream, so that will be during the night of the Sunday, where like in a bit less than 24 hours. Don't know how much I'll be awake, but yeah. So yeah, in about 7 hours I'll be eating, so I'll be taking like a 1 or 2 hour break, probably 2 or 3 hours maybe. I'll stop also a bit before 12, I think. No, after 12. Around 3 or 4. Around the afternoon to eat again. Basically, I'm gonna take 2 long breaks during this this stream, but this is, I guess, virtually a 24-hour stream. For like 18 hours or something. The idea is that I will not go to bed tonight. All right. So commissions. We have. Oh, I forgot to send a message to Weaver Seta. I'll let him know that he still has a commission. Where's my DMs with Weavers? Also, my jaw's been hurting all day. That fucking sucks. Okay, so on the queue we had Sekta, we had Dixie. Dixie's going to bed, so we'll worry about that some of the time. Reborn with 2 sketches, Loranas with 2 sketches. We might do one of yours, Loranas, first, because you did send me the refs. Strongo with 2 sketches, Mid-Flight, Beaming Gator, Nightbeat, Assboy. Assboy, I know what he wants. Alright, Sekta requested the full workout, so I guess we'll do that just before starting then. Name your layers. There is no layers, Sekta. You fool. You just played yourself. Same for save. Alright, I'm gonna do that. Do workout. Also, yeah, forgive me in advance because I'm gonna be dead in like a few hours. I woke up like what? Hours ago or something? Forgive me if I'm dead. It's gonna be exhausting. But I don't care, it's gonna be cool. More work, I love more work. Alright, gonna start with crunches. Alright, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, no, 8, not 6, 9, 10. Alright, lifting. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, triceps now. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, now squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whew. No, Lemon, I will not be able to rig the poll in your favor because even if I did, Jack Horner is fucking killing it. Speaking of the poll, don't forget to vote for it. Vote for your favorite characters. It's in the chat. It's important because I'm going to draw the winner. And so far the winner is based Jack Horner from Puss in Boots 2. Absolutely based movie that you should watch if you haven't, because it's really good. You know what I want? Well, yeah, but like I said, I'm trying to finish live sketches, not illustrations. So, a dab. Wow. Alright, I'm gonna start with Loranes's drawing. Alright. Got the ID for it. Oh, by the way, is there only one pair of wings or two pair of wings? Start working on the pose first. By the way, I hope all of you are having or had a good day. Having pairs. Base? The 14-winged angel? One pair, okay. That will be easier. Don't mind me. I'm just yawning. No pairs, just 8 wings on one side. Very asymmetrical. I see. So just so you guys know, so far Jack Horner is still winning with a third of the votes. The other character that's the closest to winning is Yu-Gi-Oh from SAO with 3 votes. Makes it 20% of the votes. This is a tragedy, and I hate all of you who voted for Yu-Gi-Oh. Of various sizes. I'm mixed up. Yes, you know, it's gonna be like this, you know. Different shapes, different materials. Please don't do that. Don't tell me what to do. JK. I won't do that. I have standards too. Please don't torture dance on me, bro. I'll do what I want. By the way, if there's anyone else in the chat with a commission who hasn't sent me their what they want for the live sketches, let me know so I can work on it tonight. Not sure we'll be done with everything today, especially if not everyone sends me what they want. But even if they do, like it's like, well, only gonna go through for as much as I can. But this is the idea. We do as much as I can. Hands a bit fat, though. have to scale down at least just to show the insane boots. Oh wait, is it the same boots? Well, no, because we're not working on the same model, right? It's the is the ones on the is it the same boots that on the default model, or the same boots as last time? The one with the knives and shit. Same boots as default model? Okay. You. Wait, is that duplicate? Oh, we got the bonus. Then what's the difference between this song and the previous one? Just says bonus. I'm doing the knife boots this time? Gotcha. Sorry. The bonus. You're annoying to check on normal. No, it's okay. Bonus song, you get to listen to it again. I think it does sound a little bit different. I don't know, I didn't really pay that much attention the first time. Oh god, that scared me. Hello, Phantom Phoenix, thank you for following. Where's the music? I'm critical scales based. Hey, thank you, Loranas. Yo, is that a rotating frog? That is based. Gonna give her a nice creepy looking face. Creepy under face. Well, it's gonna look normal for a bit, but trust me, it's gonna be creepy later. Just you, Alexy. Yeah, some pieces are done for me. A bit. Starting to accumulate a lot. Thank you again, by the way, for all the support. You should it's almost 10 at this point? Let's see. Wait, that's based on... Actually, it's only 5 without counting the emotes. Which is surprising, I thought I did more, but no. You can kind of tell the improvement from the first one. Holy shit, this one is old. This one's already a lot better. This one I really like. This one I really like too. Yes. And I should look at my old art more because it definitely feels better knowing like, oh, I've actually improved. Go back real quick. Yeah, give me a second. Maybe this one? One? Especially with the first one. To be fair, that was on the old ass like tiny tablet I had. This one? Huh? What the fuck? What's that? Huh? What is this thing? Oh, that's so funny! I can just like kind of like, what can I do with this? Huh? Can I do this? No. Oh, it's trying. It's detecting. Oh, I can't. Oh, it's actually really good at finding out what's part of the drawing. I should have used this when Lumia asked me to do a cutout of her drawing. Although I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. I already know how the iPad works. Anyway, let's go back to the drawing. Shall we? Every joining Alexy has done for me has a knife in it. No problem. I mean, it's on brand. Time to go yandere mode? Yes.
away. Even a clear speech unseen. Looking inside, now I have realized. Even when they are with me, there is imagination. I can find my true self and return for desire. Something that I really can do. Do you know how many times battle? And before I let it to be, that's love. The sound of day becomes so deafening. I walk away from this very life. People always say it's just a dream. No need to live it out. No need to strike so hard. I try and try again to find the words. Even feel nothing cuts my voice. Lost in the void, won't keep on holding me down. Never fall back your senses. There is illumination. We can find our voice and return for we desire. Let it begin now. Take yourself to the moon and be true. You always want to be as love. Even when they are intimate, there is imagination. I can find my true self, and it's a life I desire. Never fall back your senses. Everything is something for you. We can take the limits and live a long kind of life. Even when there are limits, there is imagination. I can find my true self. I live my own kind of life. I find never inside. And I know that I always had it in me. To be full, I meant to be.
Now I kind of understand why my old drawings used to take like 30 minutes to an hour. Now they kind of take at least an hour. And it's very easy actually why. It's because they're much better. Simply put, they just have a lot more detail. That's a good thing. Although I kind of miss being fast. Must look I'm slow either. Oh my god, no. Why did it do that? Why did it do that? How the fuck they... What the fuck?
This really hot curtain. We talk about spotlight. You
Oh.
are how's his emotions?
Oh, maybe... Okay, good. For a second, like my tools were like inverted. I didn't know how to go back.
ほどに駆け抜けてきた日々残った心見つめた集め続けてた飾り手放したあの時確かにそれは変わった湿った気持ちに乾いた風がぐるぐる回りすぎ抜けた追いかけてはいたずれに形を変えてく届きそうな最後の夢浮かぶ大げさに語った夜と遠すぎた未来がゆっくりと近づく欲しいものをただ一つまた一つ
Any content? Oh, I thought you were not available. Sure. You're gonna keep me awake. I'm already starting to fall asleep. On mobile? Okay. Okay, bitch. Let's go. VIP room is open. Wait. I swear to God. Okay. No, it is not. Discord is not detecting my mic again. Just because I'm dumb and I like the wrong thing. Okay, there we go. Hey, Lemon. Wait, hold on. Are you talking? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Left, back. So nothing's coming through yet if you're talking. Don't know why. Or it hates me? It does. Like at this point, I think Discord just personally despises you. New Discord update. Sour Lemon is banned. We'll never have content, people. Lemon is dead. case you're wondering, I did not serve a mute you. Let me double check that my Discord is actually sending the sound to the proper thing. Which it should, I haven't touched my... not changing anything? Am I doing? Yeah, I know. Dude, I'm just making sure. Have you tried plugging it and unplugging it and then plugging it again? Have you tried restarting the router? Have you tried have you tried sending me $5 billion via PayPal? Me being a dumbass, realizing you could just do this. Save 5 years. See, the prank was that Lemon was never talking the entire time, just pretending his mic doesn't work. That would be genius. Like if I'm watching a stream and not connecting to Discord? This how I can find. That is really weird. Is it like, do you have like just not enough bandwidth or something like that? That would be weird. You wouldn't be muted. You would like be robotic or something. Pretty weird champ. Did it again. Stop pausing my music. Yeah, watch what she makes lots of things. Yeah, but I was wondering too. Makes no sense. Wait, let's try in the normal VC, in the not VIP VC. Maybe that changes something? Hold on. I mean the new VC. Maybe for some reason that's this VC. Who knows? And Discord is that dumb, or it could be that. He's making connection noises. Oh, are you able to hear me in the VC, or is it like, are you just unable to connect? Did you try? I mean, I know I said it earlier as a meme, but did you try unironically just restarting Discord? Well, I guess it's, you know, it's on the phone, so just closing the time tab maybe. I don't know. Maybe go into settings and go to like force shutdown or something. The app. Worst case, might need to reinstall it. Still nothing? Oh, I think I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Just, but it's not. It's not. Oh, isn't Al connected to my headphones?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Dude, for whatever reason, the Wi-Fi at this house was totally blocking Discord. So I turned my Wi-Fi off, and I'm using my mobile data, and now it works.
Okay.
I was thinking to myself, why would it work while I'm driving on the highway?
Yeah, that's weird.
But not work when I'm connected to an actually stable connection. Fucking stupid.
GG. Alright, I guess we're moving back to VIP then.
The what?
The VIP room.
Oh, are we not in the VIP room?
No, I don't know if you heard me, but I said let's try moving. Oh. Yeah, I said let's try moving to the normal VC because maybe that might be what's causing it, but no, it wasn't.
No, that would be stupid if that was causing it.
It would be, but like it's Discord. Discord is like insanely stupid.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
yeah.
So the content for this time around on the Alexy, the Million Lemons podcast is the political compass test.
Let's go.
All
Time
right.
to get me canceled as I'm revealed as the true far right, far left, authoritarian, libertarian that I am.
You're all of them at once. Yeah.
You fool! I am the entire spectrum! All of them!
Yeah. Yeah. So a little bit of context for anybody who might be listening is me and Alexy not infrequently get into politically related discussions in which I wouldn't say they ever get heated, but sometimes they get a little shouty.
They do, but no, I think it's still like we're still in good faith, right? Like, I don't consider massive retard, at least not yet.
Yeah. Yes. and a lot of our differences stem from me being further left than Alexy being closer to the center of the spectrum, and we're going to find how close to the center he truly is.
I did take that test like a few years ago. I was like almost dead center. I was like slightly left libertarian side, like by fucking pixel or something. Political showers, gotta love them indeed. It's like your typical like internet debate, except I usually go, well, I don't fucking know because I don't spend my time researching this shit. And at the end of the day, we still love each other. Very much. And then we watch anime, and then we scream about our love of anime children and the likes.
Oh, yeah, so much children. And as a reference, when I took this particular test a few months ago, I posted the results to Twitter. I am around, if I remember correctly, the center of the bottom left quadrant, which is left and libertarian. Mm-hmm. I actually wonder if I still have the image of it.
Checkmate, liberal.
That's definitely not liberalism, by the way, because liberalism is a right political ideology.
That is the fucking, like, I feel like liberalism is like the meme of politics, because it feels like nobody knows exactly what it is, because if you ask someone, it's always like something different, and it's always on the opposite political spectrum than the guy you're asking is, right? Like, you ask a right wing, it's like, oh, this is like far left shit, this is fucking commie bullshit, and then you ask a socialist, and they're like, no, this is like almost fascism, this is so right wing, and you're like, I guess it's center?
No, it's not. Liberals think that their ideology is left-wing because it is farther to the left than conservatives. Mm-hmm. But in reality, the liberalism ideology revolves around one tenet in particular, and that is ownership of private property. That is being able to be a landowner with which you can sell land and rent out the land to people living inside of it, which is a sense. Effectively, you can think of the left-right as Marxism to capitalism. That is a capitalist approach. That is a capitalist thing to do, to allow people to individually own land and sell and rent out that land to other people. Whereas socialism and Marxism and whatnot advocates, particularly Marxism, advocates for not having land ownership, to my knowledge, having public land ownership. Whereas I personally advocate for personal home ownership, but not private land ownership. In any case, I apparently deleted the image of my political spectrum, so you'll never know.
But I think I did see it. Yeah, you were like...
I posted on Twitter.
You were further left than me, that's for sure. And further... Yeah, further down left, I guess. Yeah.
It would probably take quite a long time to scroll through my tweets to find it. So let's
Yeah,
just.
that must have been like months ago, if not a year ago, or something.
It definitely wasn't a year ago, but it was several months ago. So let's get right into the questions.
Yes.
Now, it is important to note, more so for the audience than Alexy, that this isn't a survey and these aren't questions; they're propositions. To question the logic of individual ones that irritate you is to miss the point. Some propositions are extreme and some are moderate. That's how we can show you whether you lean towards extremism or moderation on the compass. Your responses should not be overthought. Some of them are intentionally vague. Their purpose is to trigger reactions in the mind, measuring feelings and prejudices, rather than detailed opinions on policy. So, some of these questions may be effectively whether or not you are racist.
To which I will answer, hard agree.
Yeah, that is the kind of framework
For legal reasons, that's a joke. I am not actually racist. I hate every race equally.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not a racist. I hate everyone.
People keep calling me misogynistic. Dude, I hate men as much as I hate women. Lord.
So, we start with a few propositions concerning, no less, how you see the country and the world. And these are all strongly disagree, agree, or strongly agree. There is no center option here.
Oh no, I cannot be a base centrist. Fuck.
Yeah, there are only 4 options. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations.
Agree.
I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong.
Disagree.
Oh, not strongly? Okay.
Well, I have a feeling that strongly disagree is more so like, I'll just never support my country. Which is false. I would support it as long as it's right. Right? As long as they're doing the right thing. Which France tends to not do. A lot, actually.
I mean, it's all on how you interpret the question, but based on my interpretation and the conversations we've had, I would have thought you would say strongly disagree. So,
I would say normal disagree, because like I said, how I'm interpreting the question is that strongly disagree is where I'm really like, oh, basically I will take any opportunity to go against what the country is doing, which is not what I would do. Although maybe I'm just misinterpreting what the intent of the question is. Who cares? I disagree.
I'll reread it for you. I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. Now, to be fair, these questions are in English and French, so there could be some nuance to the language.
No, I think for this one at least, I don't think that's the case. No, I'll say disagree.
Well then, moving on. I will provide as minimal input as possible.
You what?
No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it.
I actually strongly disagree. Because I think you can be proud of something that you didn't choose. It's not a matter of like you chose it. I mean, although you can also be proud of being a country you migrated into. It's more so just like, oh, I'm just part of that, like innately, and I think it's cool. And even if it comes with bad things, you can still be proud of being that thing, right? Like, for example, you can still be proud to be American despite, what America may be doing. Because you know that it's not all bad, so you can just... I think you can be proud of it. I don't think it's foolish. That's for sure.
qualities compared with other races.
Wait, what did you say?
Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races.
Giga Chad, yes. No, JK. Strongly disagree, I guess. Like, I disagree that it has. I disagree that any race really has any like inherent, valuable, like, or rather non-negligible, innate advantages. Like, we're talking like, I don't think like Asians are like a giga brain super smarter than everyone else. I don't think, I don't know, black people are like 5 times the strength of everyone else. You know, I don't think that shit.
It's almost like we're all Homo sapiens.
Indeed.
And we are also all homo.
I do believe that I am 5 billion times better than everyone else, but that's different.
That's not my race. That's just me.
That's not my race. That is just my
race.
that is just me. There's no 2 people like me. God, I would be fucked if I had a twin. And before the secret evil twin brother reveal arc.
That's me. That's actually me. I'm
Oh
your
my
secret
god,
evil twin
you're my
brother
evil
from
twin
across-
brother. You're just
from across
the same. You're
Atlantic.
just socialist and American.
Yeah.
No.
That's why we get along so well. It's because we're actually secretly.
Maybe.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
God. Like, for once, I'm actually regretting there's no neutral, because, like, I don't fucking know. It's so depending on the context. Context. So let's say disagree. Because I wouldn't.
How I would answer the question aside, that is definitely contextually, in terms of like real life circumstances, it definitely contextually matters, because Germany is the enemy of the Soviet Union in World War II.
Yeah, but it is definitely not our ally.
Which caused during World War II the Soviet Union to be a friend to the Allies, because they kind of needed the Soviet Union to be, considering they effectively bore the brunt of the German opposition during the latter half of the war. Yeah. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified.
Can you repeat that? I wasn't listening. I thought you were still. Well, no, it's not that I wasn't listening. It's just that I thought it was like you were still talking about World War II or whatever. So I was like, oh, it's not a question. And then I realized it was.
I know you don't think it's worthwhile to listen to me. You don't need to.
I was like, okay, it's unusual fucking bullshit. I'm just gonna draw.
Yeah.
Just kidding. But do repeat the question though.
Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified.
I would strongly disagree. I think the international laws are here for a good reason, and if militaries start basically doing whatever the fuck they want, it's gonna turn into a fucking hellhole. Even if sometimes you see some countries like fucking North Korea, you're like, oh, we should just send the army there and just fucking take it over and just make it decent for the people there. But like, it's not that easy. So strongly disagree.
The United States has been defying international law for decades, but
Well, I mean, yeah, but like, we'll need like international laws anyway. That's why I was hesitating. I was like, well, technically the laws could always be better, but regardless, I don't think they should do that.
I mean, the thing is with international law is that it's non-binding because it's international rather than national. So yeah, there's no like world government that is dictating what the governments below it are allowed to do.
What are you talking about? That's America.
I mean,
I
not
mean,
wrong.
kinda with the UN. I mean, even the EU. The EU is just listening to what America tells them.
Yeah,
Like the EU never
UN
goes
and-
against the America.
Yeah,
So it's pretty
the
much,
UN and the EU are. Well, it's less so the EU and more so NATO. The UN and NATO are basically the America.
Oh, true. I just mean even the EU does that. Even if like America is not technically a part of it, but like it will never
the
go
E-
against its interests.
Yeah, I mean the EU and NATO are connected. So.
Yes, that's why.
There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment.
I would agree. I do think that there's just people tend to just turn information into some type of like funny content that you're gonna, talk about for like a little video on YouTube for a few minutes without really looking deep into it, and then it turns out you spread complete fucking lies, but it's too late because everyone believes it. That happens all the time. Even outside of political realm, you could just look at that, like every time a YouTuber gets cancelled for like grooming or whatever, and then a week later it turns out no, he didn't do it, but it's too late. I would agree.
It's got its pros and cons. On the one hand, the news being entertainment causes news organizations to slant towards more exciting and tantalizing stories for viewers. But on the other hand, you also get it is also good to have creators who make politics more
Which is why I didn't
interesting
say I
to
strongly agree. I just
Well, yeah. So now the economy. We're talking attitudes here, not the FTSE index. Not that I know what that is. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality.
by nationality, do they mean by race or like just like different countries? Is it-
Well, nationality is different countries, not races.
Yeah, I mean, well, the one I'm kind of confused about is like, is this like in the context of a country or the context of a like the world entirely? This would
so
assume this is the entire world.
It is saying that there are more divisions between wealthy people and poor people than there are between, say, like France and England. Though those two countries have a lot of issues between the two, so they might not be the best
True,
example.
but well, they do have a lot in common though.
Yeah, but the question is effectively stating that poor people across the globe have more in common with each other than
then,
they
like,
do with
than,
the wealthy within their own country.
Okay, I kind of see it better now. That's kind of a tough one, because like obviously there's a massive difference between rich and the poor, right? But there's also a massive difference if you take like the poor people from like Europe or America and you take the poor people from like Central Africa. Like this is a completely different lifestyle. That's just economically, right? Even further, take other shit into consideration. What was the question again? Was it like, is it more divided by economics or more divided by country?
More divided economically than by nationality.
I would say disagree, but like I kind of think it's. Yeah, no, I would disagree. Oh god, I don't fucking know. Because when I think of I think of like major differences, right, between different countries. But if we look at like countries that are somewhat similar, then the economic argument is a lot more valuable, right? Because like poor people in France and poor people in America have like pretty similar lifestyles. And so does rich people in America and rich people in France. We could also argue that's true for our country. Oh my god, I'm gonna say disagree.
Inflation is more important than controlling unemployment.
Inflation is... I would disagree. I don't say strongly disagree because I just don't really know.
Also, worth noting that a lot of the reason why the conditions for poor people in African nations are so bad is because of the historic plundering done by mostly European nations, but also by America later on and the Middle East as well.
Yeah, sure, but like, it's... I'm just saying that, like, even, like, regardless of the reason, it's just that's such a different scale of poverty that, like, fucking, I'm like a multi-billionaire compared to, like, the average starving African child. So,
say that you have... But in that case, wouldn't you say that you have more of a division by class than by nationality between the two of you? Because you're in a much higher class than that African person. I probably shouldn't be getting you to change your answer.
well, the thing is that, no, I mean, you make a good point, because, like, I do agree to some extent. It's just that, it's complicated, because it's hard to dissociate them on a, like, country scale, right? Because, like, unless they mean, like, nationality, like, as ethnicity, which is kind of why I asked the question in the first place, too, because I'm like, well, I mean, like... No, I'm not gonna change my answer. I think there's still, like, a lot of cultural differences, too. Wait, was it just cultural? Was it just economic? I forgot.
Ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. Class referring to your economic stature, how much wealth you have. Nationality being your country or location of origin.
So yeah, I'm gonna stay with disagree. Even if, like, technically I'm like, well, it's both, but yeah.
Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation.
Strongly agree. Like, that is just factual. I mean, you see it, right? I mean, it's like worker rights and shit. Why do you think the corporation is just delocalizing to, like, fucking India or China? Because there's next to no worker laws there, and it's very easy to get away with anything environmental. Like, I may not be anti-capitalist, I can still agree that this is a bad thing that we need to fix.
The Ohio train derailment, everyone. This is a quote. From each according to his ability, to each according to his need, is a fundamentally good idea.
Can you repeat that?
From each according to his ability, to each according to his need.
From each according to his ability. Oh, is that basically an argument for, like, what's the word? Redistribution, basically.
I can tell you where the quote came from, but I won't say other outside of that.
I would say agree.
That is a quote from the man, the myth, the legend, Karl Marx, or he might have taken that quote from somebody else.
No, I am now with Kami. No.
I know.
Like, I mean, we went on it over it, like, multiple times, but it's just like, yeah, you do need some form of redistribution. Emphasis on some.
And also, that is how the family unit works within a household. from
True.
each according to their ability to each according to their need is precisely how a family works.
Yeah.
The freer the market, the freer the people.
That's a tough one. Because I disagree and I agree at the same time. I agree in the sense that yes, if the market is somewhat free, the people will be free. But I disagree in the sense that if it's completely free, as in rather unregulated, then it just becomes chaotic. And when it's chaotic, it's not free for everyone. Therefore, it's not freedom; it's chaos. So I'll just say agree, just normal agree, because at the end of the day, would rather have a freer market than a. God, I don't know enough to even fucking say that for sure, but I will just say agree.
Simultaneously a Marxist and a capitalist. You're based centrist.
What I tell you, I am the entire spectrum.
Yeah. It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product.
I strongly disagree. Get fucking tap water, stop crying about it. Fucking commie.
Bottled water does have its uses.
It does. I mean, my grandma, my grandma, like, is getting old. She can't drink tap water because it will just fuck up her digestive system. So, no, I'll take tap water. I'll take bottled water. It's also like
just means she has bad tap water.
No. It's just like, just she's getting old and she's pretty sick. But yeah, no, she needs mineral water. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing you can't get in the tap. And I mean, who the fuck cares? As long as like it's affordable and it's reasonable, I don't mind. Sure, if it gets like crazy, like in some countries where like it's fucking like I think it's Mexico where like Coke is cheaper. That's insane. But that's for some other reason, right?
No, I don't think it's Coke that's cheaper. Generic brand soda that's cheaper than water here.
Really?
Yes. What was I about to say? Fuck. Oh yeah. Also, once again, Ohio train derailment. They can't exactly drink their tap water there anymore.
Yeah. I mean, they can't do shit there anymore. Like, I would just fucking move to another country. I'll move to another country and not Canada. Because Canada was just fucking... probably gets the fucking radioactive cloud as well.
Ohio is not that close to Canada.
Isn't it, like, to the north? Like, very north?
Canada is north of Ohio after you get through an entire state and a couple of lakes.
Fair enough. Listen, I'm European. I don't need your fucking states map.
Not to mention the derailment. It was a big explosion. It was a lot of chemicals. Yeah. It was very bad, but it wasn't exactly a nuclear explosion.
I know.
But yes, bottled water has its uses in case of like natural disasters and whatever. Though I would also personally disagree with it being a consumer product. Because that implies like bottled water should be a thing, as I said, it's useful, but it's a consumer. But treating it as a consumer product is silly, in my personal opinion. Anyways, land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold.
Strongly disagree. I'm gonna stick to my fucking filthy capitalist roots.
Roll. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society.
I strongly agree. I don't like stock traders. I think it's dumb.
So the stocks are like the ultimate, stocks are the essence of capitalism given form.
Like, I kind of get the idea of, like, oh, you're just investing in a company, therefore this company will do good, and, like, in return you will get some profits. But it just also created, like, just a universe of magic money, where everyone is just, like, on their computers, just, like, fucking, literally gambling money, and then, like, it can create massive fucking fuck-ups when they don't pay attention, which has happened multiple times, and will keep happening.
It's a bizarre manifestation of the concept of investing.
Yeah.
Because
I think we might need some regulations on that. Like, I mean, there probably is some regulations, but like, I wouldn't know like what. Well, I'm sure like there are some laws about it, right? Like, because obviously you need to, but like, I'm not even saying that these are good.
Ordinarily minimal.
Yeah. Probably very minimal, because like those are literally the people with the most amount of money, so they can do whatever the fuck they want with the government.
Yeah. Yes. But it is a perversion of the concept of investing, because rather than actually giving the company money, you are just raising their publicly perceived value.
Yeah.
So it's fake investing. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. Now, I actually don't remember what that word means, so I will look it up real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, because I think it just refers to when you like put when you put laws and regulations that favorizes your country over basically the others, in the case of like the market, basically.
That's somewhat close. It is the prioritization of domestic industries by placing restrictions on foreign trade through mechanisms such as tariffs.
I would say wait, repeat the question before I
so I'll give you two.
No, I know the definition. It's just like I just want the question again, because I forgot how it was framed.
I am still gonna give you two definitions of protectionism before I give you the question again, Arnie.
Okay.
The theory or practice of shielding a country's domestic industries from foreign competition by taxing imports. And protectionism refers to government policies that restrict international trade to help domestic industries. All right. Question. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade.
So yeah, I strongly agree. Like, especially here, is, I mean, just the concept of like, because companies can just either like go to other countries with less regulations and like worse protections for workers or whatever, and then just send that product to your country and be like, oh yeah, it's cheap now, so I can fuck over like the entire competition, which actually respects those worker laws and standards of your country. It creates like a very what's the word, unfair advantage, and it's unfair competition. So I think protectionism is pretty good, actually. Although that doesn't mean that it should be used as like a way to just like basically boycott all foreign companies, but I don't really think that's being used that way. At least not as far as I know.
My perspective on it is that it is more productive to punish domestic companies for outsourcing to foreign countries than it is to restrict imports.
I mean, sure, true, but like it will just directly damage them though, because it becomes less worth it for them to do it anyway. And also, that would only work on companies that are already inside the country. But if it's like products just simply imports, it would still fuck you over. And I mean, it doesn't even mean that both can happen. Like, I think both can happen.
Yes, the thing is with restricting foreign trade, though, as opposed to putting the burden on the companies, is that you are now also putting burden on your citizens by giving them less access to goods, as opposed to just making it so that companies are more incentivized to make those goods domestically, which would also make them cheaper in a lot of cases since you don't have to import them. And then on top of that, what was the other fucking thing I had to say?
I mean, again, I think both can happen, right? Like, the question is not necessarily about one or the other, so I would still strongly agree because, like, I think protectionism can be good, and I also think sanctioning companies who are taking advantage basically of international loopholes to fuck over everyone basically should be punished.
Responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders.
You could add at the beginning, I couldn't hear you.
The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders.
I don't know. The only social... Can you repeat the question?
The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders.
Social responsibility, like... And if that's the case, wouldn't that just exclude stuff like, I don't know, like any worker advantage or whatever? Is that the question?
If I were to recontextualize this question, it would put a lot of bias.
Probably, but I disagree. I disagree. I don't really understand the question because I don't really know what companies like social responsibilities should be, but I feel like it shouldn't just be investors. In fact, if they only cater to investors, it would be, I don't know, it seems to me that it would be a bad thing.
That is a capitalism baby question, because the only goal in capitalism is to further drive up profits. And when it is saying social responsibility, that would include the rights of your workers, their compensation, any sort of giving back to the government or the community, any sort of philanthropy kind of stuff.
So that's kind of what I was. That's what I had in mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I do disagree.
And they had to specify social because, like, otherwise it would, I guess, include some other aspects of the company that, like, you need to prioritize in order to increase profits.
Mm-hmm.
The rich are too highly taxed.
I don't even fucking know how much they're taxed, but apparently not enough, so I'd say disagree.
I might have remembered the other thing I had to say with protectionism, and that's if you incentivize domestic production, then you are also reducing unemployment, which is overall a better
Well, yeah, but to me,
for your country.
protectionism also the whole point is that you prioritize local industries, therefore local jobs, therefore, you know, more work.
Right, but it's a less effective mechanism of doing so than
Well,
to
if you
punish
do
companies for
nothing but
outsourcing.
that, then yes, it's useless. But like that's the point. You're supposed to do multiple things.
Tariffs effectively just put burden on consumers. They don't. They don't really solve any issues. They're still gonna outsource production to foreign nations, and that will happen is that the cost of their goods will go up. It'll just cause inflation.
Maybe.
Protectionism will effectively just cause inflation because it's not making it any more expensive for them to outsource production. It's just making their goods more expensive. Which you could argue would adjust the supply and demand curve, but ultimately it would probably just result in inflation in the long run. Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care.
I mean, it's tricky because it's a should question, but the thing is, at the end of the day, in practice, it's hard to make like public healthcare really good quality because it is usually not viable, and it becomes very quickly like hard to run, especially when the government is not competent and will just try to cheapen out on things. Therefore, like by default, you will just get better treatment by being able to afford private treatment, which is it's most likely always going to be better, whether like I think it should be or not. So I really don't fucking know. I would say disagree.
You might be thinking of that question in particular too practically, and a lot of these questions too practically. So at the beginning, a lot of these are conceptual, and they're supposed to elicit a sort of reaction rather than a deep and stimulating line of thought.
Well, it's like, it's, to me, it's also kind of a framing thing, right? What is better, right? I mean, is better just you have the top surgeon instead of like, yeah, I know, but like what's the low standards? Is it low standards like none at all? I mean, that's obviously bad, but like if the standard of like public healthcare is good enough,
none.
Yeah, I know, but like depends on the case, right? It's like would I be like against public healthcare at all? Obviously no. Would I be against the fact that you could just have private healthcare? No. Repeat the question just to be sure, like how it's framed.
Ability to pay should have higher access. Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care.
I would say agree, just because at the end of the day, I do believe that like private healthcare should remain a thing that exists, as long as, well, it's not that just as long as, but it's just that public healthcare should also exist and be, you know, available and working properly. If those conditions are met, then I'm completely fine with the rich being able to have just private doctors. I don't care. They do them whatever the fuck they want. It's not my problem if I can get my healthcare.
Businesses that mislead the public.
You what?
Governments should penalize businesses that mislead the public.
Like false advertising and shit?
Yeah, that would fall under that umbrella, yeah.
Then yeah, strongly agree. I do not like liars.
Genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies.
Strongly agree. Like I said, that's the difference between chaos and freedom.
Capitalism has inbuilt the tendency to monopolize, after all.
I know, which is why you need regulations.
Return on capitalist.
Well, I disagree on that, but that doesn't really matter.
Remember that question: the freer the market, the freer the people.
Hmm?
That is a core tenet of capitalism.
I know. Which is why I said that like, there needs to be a nuance, because what do they mean by freedom?
Regulation is not free market. That's why I say regulation is.
This is also why I say, like, to me this is the difference between capitalism and anarcho-capitalism, because it's a name. You just have no rules. You just like whoever has the most money decides basically who the fuck wins.
This is the reason why I say regulation is inherently anti-capitalist.
I disagree on that, but that's it. Like, I mean, I don't care at the end of the day. Like, if we want the same fucking things. Well, not that we want always the same fucking things, but to me, I don't even care how it's called. I just agree that we need capitalism regulations.
Now, a look at some of your personal social values. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal.
I'm gonna get absolutely cancelled. I am going to get absolutely cancelled. Chat, mute the stream for like 5 minutes. What was the question? If abortion, if the woman is life is not in danger, should be illegal?
Yes.
Gonna get cancelled. I don't fucking care. Strongly agree. That's my opinion.
You are against abortion, alright?
Yes. It is one of the rare issues where I am strongly thinking about it. Although I do accept that other people have differing opinions, but I usually don't want to talk about that specific topic because it is uncomfortable.
All authority should be questioned.
Strongly agree.
An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
I would agree, but not strongly agree.
Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis.
What?
Basically, no public theaters or museums. Or you should not be expected as a taxpayer to provide for the existence of public museums or public theaters or things of that nature. Because they cannot survive independently.
I would disagree. I think it's good to have some public theaters or especially museums, because in places where they wouldn't necessarily be self-sufficient, because you would still need them, and it would be a shame not to have them.
Make classroom attendance compulsory.
Classroom attendance compulsory?
Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory.
Oh, they shouldn't make it compulsory. What do they mean by compulsory? Like,
you have to show up every day.
Oh, okay. Huh. The former student in me is like, fuck school. This should be no school. I hate school.
I mean,
But
How I feel about college, certainly.
but I'm like, well, it's deeper than that, right? I don't think the problem is that, like, if you don't make it compulsory, then like students are not gonna show up, and you might as well just not have school at this point. So I disagree. But dear God, I think school should be completely reformed because it's teaching people wrong. It's teaching people in a way that they will hate it and will forget very useful information.
Attendance is non-compulsory. At that point, children, especially teenagers, will just be like, hey, "Fuck you."
Yes.
Fuck you. You already see that with a lot of teenagers in high school. Even though attendance is compulsory, they're still like, "Nah, I'd rather go smoke weed."
Yep. Dear God, I almost wish I could go back in time just so that I could just let go when I was a kid and be like, now you know what? Now that I have the knowledge of the future, I know I will, like, from high school onward, I will literally not learn anything that I will retain the information of. So I'm good. I'll just, like, start learning how to draw faster.
I personally think the most inadequately taught subjects are history and politics as a side note to history. But history and social studies, that's what the subject is.
I definitely agree. Although I would say that politics shouldn't be taught by the school. Like, that is a whole can of worms. You don't want the state to tell what is a good and what is a bad politic. What a bad politics, you know. Except the obvious, you know, Nazis bad, but like, you know, I think pretty much everyone fucking agrees except the Nazis.
Teaching politics is implicit to teaching history. But
yes, but it's a more biased way, whereas like the idea would be that you just present it as
a lot of the reason why those particular subjects need to be reformed is because of the bias in how they're taught.
Yeah, true.
Such as how in many southern states, the way that they teach the Civil War and the Confederacy and slavery is in a very apologetic way towards the slavers. Like, they went through hardship too because their property was taken away. Which is like, okay, but those were human beings.
It's my property.
It's like you realize that you joined a war to fight to own other people. That's a particularly egregious example, but every nation teaches their history slanted towards the interests of that nation, and at least in terms of the United States, this leads to a lot of misinformation and inadequate understanding of U.S., especially modern U.S. history. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that their own kind.
Wait, you cut out at the end of the sentence.
That's the most important part. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind.
I don't want any of this goddamn No, I would strongly disagree.
Black separationists out there.
Like, I don't... I mean, depends what they mean by kind, but I'm assuming by kind they mean basically just ethnicity. In that case, no. If by kind they mean just, like, culture and, like, what people just tend to gravitate around, then I mean, like, yeah, that will just happen anyway, so I'm fine with that, but, like... If we're talking about segregation, then it's a big fat no.
See, it's not just segregation. It's what's the word? Mutual segregation, like whatever. They both agree to it.
Yeah. Which is unfortunately a thing that
but
does actually tend to happen in. Okay, that's kind of a can of worms because that is a thing that does tend to happen in
It's just
multicultural countries. They do just actually tend to not be that multicultural, but like you will just have micro territories with different cultures in them.
it is worth pointing out that it is factually untrue that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. It has been empirically proven that increased diversity leads to better outcomes.
Well, yeah, because you have simply put, a diversity of opinion and people will create better problem solving because you just have a wider view of the problems. That's
Yes.
mathematical. It's pretty easy to prove.
Here's a fun one. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children.
Hardcore agree. Holy shit, some kids need a fucking beating. And I will beat the shit out of them.
Natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents.
Strongly agree, of course. Even though I wasn't even like a problem child or whatever, or someone of a child that like had to hide things, I still had my privacy.
I think marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense.
Marijuana for personal use? Strongly disagree. Sorry, Reborn.
You think marijuana should be a criminal offense then? That's what the question is. To rephrase it,
yes.
When you say you are disagreeing,
yes.
you are saying that it should be a criminal offense.
Yes, in the sense that I just simply despise all drugs and I just want them gone, and I don't even care if like, oh, but it's not actually gonna. I don't care. So it's just a giga chat, yes. Although I don't care if you do consume drugs. I mean, obviously I hang out with Reborn all the time, so I would be a hypocrite if I did.
I am mildly annoyed at Reborn's vaping just because you can hear it through the microphone. But also,
Mr. Vape.
but it also does make me sad that he is killing himself when he does. So I'm used to people doing it. But fun fact, if the circumstances ever arise that he moves into my household, I will not let him vape indoors.
Oof. He's not gonna like that.
It is going to be a hard rule that I will enforce upon him. And yes, vaping has. I don't remember how bad the secondhand smoke is, but the effects on the individual have been shown, I believe, to be worse than that of normal cigarettes.
Really? Wow.
Yes. And mostly due to the massively increased amount of nicotine.
Insane.
Cigarettes, or more particularly the tobacco plant, have other materials inside of them that are bad for your lungs when you smoke them. But vapes have a higher concentration of nicotine by pretty substantial margin, which is the addictive component, in addition to being harmful in other ways too.
Yeah,
I know.
You know.
I'm
basically the
sure
reason why my parents stopped smoking, because I was just such a bitch about it.
I am pretty sure that the secondhand smoke from vaping is pretty bad too.
Okay, I didn't know about it. I thought more I didn't know, but like I was like, oh, there doesn't seem to be, like, as far as I knew, anyone going up in arms about vaping being like extremely harmful. So I was like, oh, I guess it's safe enough, but apparently not.
What do you mean? I get ads on YouTube all the time about the fucking... Yeah, I forget what the name of the group... Truth. That's the name of the advocacy group against vaping.
And I didn't know you had a true social account. That's pretty base. Can you add me later?
One of their recent ads has been about how vaping has shown to increase stress levels in people, and their tagline is "It's a breath of stress air."
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, they've been making ads for a while, for the past few years at least, on American YouTube, about how you should not be vaping. And I did not need them to tell me that, and I wish they would stop sending me ads, because I don't, nor do I ever intend to.
Just install AdBlock, you fucking bitch.
They're like, you should vape just so that our commercials are properly targeted. Get out of here.
You know, I've always been like, ever since I was a little baby, I've always been like extremely anti-cigarettes, alcohol, drugs, any drugs. Like that is something I really don't fuck with. I've become more cool about it in the sense that I'm like okay with people doing that, even though I still like feel like you really shouldn't.
The function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs.
The function of schooling?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh hey, I didn't see your Patreon. Thank you for coming to the stream. Damn, I hopped in just in the right time for the racist section based.
Nah, you missed the racist section. I think we're past the racist section.
Patreon just say the most base thing. Full accelerationist here. We should give free fentanyl laced drugs to all drug heads. Unfathomably based. Who cares about legalizing when there's no druggies left? Oh my god, I should not say that on Twitch. I won't get banned.
I would like to point out that we are already giving fentanyl to drug addicts. That is, in many cases, how they became drug addicts in the first place.
You should just give more.
Drugs are one mechanism in which America tries to engage in ethnic cleansing. So the prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation find jobs.
Yes. I mean, if not, then I don't know what the fuck the point is.
Okay, I re-asked the question though, because I don't know whether you agree or strongly agree.
I strongly agree.
Okay.
Unless like there's like a double meaning that I didn't get, but
people with serious inheritable disabilities.
Patreon, I am not gonna say that out loud. I don't think I can get away with it.
Okay, we're out of the racist questions, but we do have the eugenics question.
Based?
People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. Also, I'm curious what this thing in the chat is. To pull up your stream.
I disagree. Listen. I almost became a victim of eugenics because when I was not even a baby yet, one doctor diagnosed me with Down syndrome, and it really shocked my mom. Like, she was very fucked up about it, and she thankfully decided not to abort me. And especially thankfully, because it turned out I wasn't afflicted with Down syndrome.
Sounds like an incorrect diagnosis.
Everyone I tell this story to says this, and fuck you. But yeah, it is a thing that terrifies me.
Not correct. I did not say something like a correct.
Oh, I thought. My bad.
I was not saying that you had Down syndrome. As funny as that would be.
Actually, you do have Down syndrome. Fuck you. But Alexy,
most
you're
important-
retarded.
The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline.
Discipline is very important, but I don't know if it's the most important thing. I would say agree. I agree it's very important, but I wouldn't strongly agree.
There are no savage and civilized peoples. There are only different cultures.
I would disagree. On the basis that you have countries that still practice stuff as slavery or murdering homosexuals to this day. No, I'm talking more so the Middle East or China. But well, I mean, yeah, the United States, but to a lesser extent. I mean, it is not. Whatever. Listen, you know what? I don't.
A quarter of the world's total incarcerated population.
Oh no, I know about the slavery thing. Don't worry, don't worry. You know, I'm just saying it's even worse. If you eat people, you're a savage culture, no exceptions. I do tend to agree with that.
Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support.
People who can work and just refuse to? Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree. If you can get a job and you just don't do because you don't want to, then you shouldn't be you shouldn't expect to have like all sorts of social welfare and stuff, just paying for everything. Even here in France, like you do need to actually be proving that you are looking for a job. Although I guess it is like, yeah, there is this like line where like you like sometimes you're just stuck and like looking for a job. But even if you can technically work, but to me that wouldn't count as like just, you know, not trying to get a job, because you are trying to get a job. So yeah, I would agree.
If you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. Personality test?
Yeah, what is this? What kind of spirit animal I am?
Yeah.
Fuck. Huh. I don't fucking know.
About your troubles, or do you kind of like leave them off to the side, so to speak? Do you prefer to think about think happier thoughts rather than think about your troubles?
I would say no, because at the end of the day, I do worry a lot, and sometimes I do like worry too much. But it's kind of a good thing in a way that like that means I will get to work on that, unless I start worrying for no reason, which is why I'm like, this is just a personality test or something. But yeah, I would agree. Wait, what was the framing of the question?
You prefer to think cheerful thoughts rather than think about your troubles.
I would disagree then.
First-generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country.
Disagree.
What's good?
Believe it or not, actually, but here in France, the problem is that it's like more like third or fourth generation immigrants who are less integrated than even their grandparents somehow. So yeah, no, that's not something I agree with.
What's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for all of us.
What? I couldn't hear the beginning.
What's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for all of us.
I would agree, only because there isn't slightly agree, but in general, I do believe that yes, if corporations do be working good, usually we do tend to benefit, at least like indirectly. But obviously, I don't deny that there can be a lot of fuck ups regarding that, which is why I don't strongly agree.
No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding.
I don't know enough about. Wait, public institution, you said?
No broadcasting institution,
broadcasting.
however independent, should receive public funding. No, like radio, news. This would even also extend to entertainment, such as movies and television.
Yeah. It's kind of a tough one. Because, I mean, I don't really like public TV, and I'm kind of like, why do they even get money for it? Also, like, I guess the alternative is as you're paying for a subscription or whatever. Oh, you know what? Fuck this shit. If you don't need TV in your life, fuck off. I would agree. It doesn't matter if you would have to pay a subscription or whatever. I mean, you do anyway. For TV. And even if it had to pay more, just fucking log off, dude. Go touch grass. You'll be better for it.
Horizon was aired on Japan's nationally funded broadcasting television station, and it was a lot easier for for directors to create films in the USSR than it was in America back during the Cold War.
It's true that there is the thing that you're right on the side that, like, yeah, you do need. I mean, there is the point that, like, if it is easier to get accepted, yes, for a project to get greenlit with public funding, because they don't really care if it fails or not. But that also means there's less quality control. It's kind of a double-edged sword. And I think by now, the way things are with the internet and stuff, I think things have, like, kind of democratized themselves enough that, like, you'll get your project out there. And I don't think, I mean, then it kind of depends on, like, the company policies and stuff, the cultures and all, because, like, it's very easy for Japan to, like, publish news stories like manga and all that go, like, all kinds of direction, whereas in America it, like, feels completely impossible to get something that isn't, like, your fucking cut it and paste, like, superhero movie that is structured to, like, every single beat of the story. So yeah, I would still agree that public funding shouldn't really be a thing, except maybe for, like, specific things, but, like, not in general.
Before we move on, I do feel obligated to issue a few corrections to some of your statements. Corporal punishment has demonstrably led to more and worse outcomes for children than not engaging in corporal punishment.
Wait, hold on. Can you go back? I didn't hear you.
Corporal punishment has demonstrably been worse for children. This has been proven through.
Okay, because there's
studies.
a difference. There's a difference between just, like, it depends on how you do it. If you just look at it like
spanking is a form of corporal punishment.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, it depends on how it's deeper than that at the end of the day.
It is, for a child, it is psychologically perceived as traumatic. Criminalizing drugs does nothing to solve the issues of addiction or
Well, I'm not
use of
for
drugs.
just making it illegal
Um,
and then just doing nothing about it.
Well, when you say something is a criminal offense, then what you are doing is you are imprisoning people who infringe that
Well,
law.
I don't think you should just like be imprisoned for just possessing like just like I don't know, like fucking smoking weed or whatever. Like I don't know exactly how you would go about it. Like you would have to fucking ask lawmakers or whatever. But like I don't think you should just imprison them, right? Yes, you could put them in the social program, like kind of forced to go through unless they get like actual prison time to just rehabilitate them.
Criminalization has been shown to do nothing to reduce the use of drugs, and
Maybe,
most
but I don't think
certainly
that
has
means.
done nothing,
Listen,
and most certainly has done nothing to rehabilitate drug addicts.
maybe, but
Not
like
to mention,
making it allowed doesn't do that either.
not it, yes, it has been shown to do that.
How? How is the state
And
allowing drugs, making people consume less drugs and be like, oh, actually, I'm fine?
because they're no longer incorporated into a cycle of when you don't have it criminalized, when rather than imprisoning them, you are rehabilitating them, you are making it so that they are less dependent on the drugs. And here's an important bit. Part of rehabilitation involves the use of the drugs that you were addicted to, because just cold dropping a substance is actually dangerous for your health, more so than it is helpful.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
So-
then it
and
becomes
so
okay,
when you-
okay,
and so
but
when
then
you-
it's no longer a
And so-
recreational
and so-
usage.
And so when you criminalize drugs, what you are doing is somebody uses a drug, you then either confiscate it or imprison them or whatever, and if you over a long period of time prevent them from using that drug outright while they are addicted to it, because it is illegal for them to do so, you are posing a threat to their health, because you are not adequately rehabilitating them from that drug use.
Lemon, I agree with what you said. I just don't think that like necessarily means it's like completely impossible to criminalize it. I think it just needs to be done in a smart way, where you don't just like blanketly put them in prison and just be like, oh, now no drugs anymore, and then you just let them out after X amount of time, and then what are you gonna do? Immediately they're gonna go back into drugs, obviously. But I think it's not a black and white solution, basically.
You are again not hearing a core component of what I am saying. When you criminalize it, or rather when you make it illegal, then regardless of whether or not you imprison them, you are preventing them from being adequately rehabilitated, since they are not allowed to use the drug in the first.
What if they're allowed to
not
use the drug in a medical way, right? As part of a prescription of something, right? And that as long as you, as the trying to be recovered drug addict, as long as you uphold your end of the bargain, as in actually trying to get out of it, right? You still get to use it as like prescribed by a psychiatrist or a doctor or whatever, whoever is like in charge of that, and that it's done like in like a researched way where we know like, oh, this is a good way to like help people get out of drugs, even if it does involve the use of drugs. Then it's not a recreational use, right? It's actually being used to help people. Then I'm fine with that. But like, to me, that doesn't mean that I don't. To me, that's not the same as just being like, oh, it's cool now. We can just sell drugs. You guys can just open shops to sell drugs. It's cool now. We're just gonna decriminalize it, and it's nothing.
Rehabilitation aside, decriminalization of drugs has also led to decreased addiction and use of drugs, which may sound counterintuitive, but it's kind of similar to, well, no, that's a bad comparison. But it has decriminalization has led to less addiction rather than more. So
maybe no. Even if it does, at the end of the day, I still believe that the state shouldn't allow this.
That's not a maybe. That
sure.
is true.
Then okay, I'll take your word for it. But even then, I still don't think that the state should allow it.
And
but
when it comes to public schooling, there's two schools of thought. One of which is that a school should prepare its students to enter into the workforce, and the other says that education is effectively a moral right and is a good thing inherently to be educated. It leads to a better society as a whole when everybody is educated, regardless of.
Yes, but like it should also prepare you for school, for the workforce, because like it just like if it doesn't, then like how are the kids even gonna go into the workforce?
And the issue with the line of thought that it should prepare people to enter the workforce is that gives corporations incentive and control over the education process, because what you are effectively saying is that you should be educated such that you can work for a given and some particular company, or some particular job market that company is a part of. That makes it so that the company has authority over what is being taught in the school, because
I've never seen that happen.
Because they need to make sure that their people are educated to work to their specification. The reason why you have not seen that happen to a significant extent is because public school systems avoid that reality up through high school at a minimum. But this has been an ongoing sort of philosophical discussion, if you will, for a long time now, and attempts at making it so that schooling is work-driven have been attempted in the early 20th century, mainly driven by, wouldn't you know it, corporations who want to educate people specifically to work for them rather than uplift the society as a whole.
Well, I mean, okay, but I mean, maybe that's the thing in America. I've never seen that happen in France or anywhere else, really. I don't know, because like the school at the end of the day is like, at least like up to and including high school, it's like a program decided by the state, and it teaches you stuff like, I mean, literature, history, social science, and science, stuff that you're not necessarily going to use if you're just like, or just formatted by a corporation, right? Like, you have like
exactly.
you have programs that are that, right? That are like after high school.
If schools were work driven, then you would not have subjects such as history and probably to a lesser extent, literature, and areas, and you would not learn certain scientific subjects or higher levels of math.
I mean,
because those aren't relevant to your job.
Okay. I get it. I get what you're saying, but like to me, that's
in all of those areas is the same thing as the diversity.
Yeah, I agree.
Thing. Having more diversity leads to better outcomes. Having a broader education leads to better outcomes for the society as a whole. Dude, providing education uplifts the workforce, makes more efficient laborers.
Dude, I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is that, I agree with that, but like, it's like, I don't think school is just suddenly not gonna be, or even not suddenly, but I don't think school is gonna be at one point where like, high school just teaches you to fucking, I don't know, only how to work a like assembly line machine or something like that. I don't think that's how it works. At the end of the day, I still believe that school should form you to the workforce, but I believe that, like you said, the things for like diversity of education and stuff, all of this is important to prepare you for the workforce. So like maybe we believe in the same thing. I just like think of it called a different thing, I guess. No, I don't believe that corporations should dictate what is in school, even indirectly. But like regardless of what even like the biggest corporations say, there's still like gonna be an immense variety of jobs that will require an immense variety of base knowledge. That base knowledge being hopefully covered by public education up to and including high school. And then for like everything after that, well, I think high school should be good enough to get a solid basis and everything, and then you specialize from there and just go into whatever field you want, or just keep learning new shit until you do find something you want to work on. Or alternatively, you don't go to a higher education because you just want to jump straight into the workforce, and I think that's fine if it's your choice.
And then my last correction here is on what is good for the most successful corporations is always good for all of us. I'm sorry, but when was the last thing that is good for Tesla, that is good for Google, that is good for Microsoft, that is good for Ford, that is good for any company has ever been good for the general population?
Lemon, those companies making their products usually tend to benefit people, right? Don't count Tesla in, because Tesla is only making money through speculations and through investments. All of like Elon Musk's fucking money comes from him making promises that he's never going to uphold. But like stuff like, despite how much of like Amazon is a shitty company, it is still providing a great service to people because it's basically completely revolutionized the internet shopping. Cars, making better cars will benefit people. That's why I said like I would slightly agree if that was an option, because at the end of the day, yes, it is good to have better products, right? So usually something that will provide. But yes, like I said, I do agree that like
incredibly untrue.
No, how would you rather just live in a fucking dirt house with nothing? Like, would you just rather do everything by yourself with no technological investment at all? What's the alternative?
Let me break this down for you, Alexy. As was went over earlier in this survey thing, a company's foremost goal through its existence is to drive profit. What is good for the company?
But who buys the things? It's the people.
Alexy, shush. So what is good for the company is what generates profits for the company. How they make those profits is not always good for the people.
I know, which is
In
why I
fact,
said I would rather slightly
in fact,
agree,
in
because
most cases, in fact, in most cases, it is bad, because what generates profits for these companies is paying workers less, making workers work longer, harder hours with less breaks, making deliberately shittier products. These are these are all things that companies regularly engage in because it is good for the company, that are not good for people. They come at the expense of people, not the good of people, because the good of the profit for the company, that the profit that the company is getting implicitly through the fact that it is profit is coming out of the people who made any of those products. Those products are not good for all of us. You could say that, okay, it's pretty chill that Amazon is able to deliver things to households within a day or two. But you could also be like, hold on a second, how are they doing that? Oh, that's right, by having their workers piss in bottles and collapse.
In America, not in France, but they still get the 2-day delivery or 1-day delivery. Like I say every time, it's a matter of your regulations, and I don't give a shit that capitalism doesn't want regulation. I don't care. No, listen.
Even more importantly, this is something that the government could do without doing that. This is not something that a company innovated necessarily. This is something that a government
go to the next question.
Failed to do.
Just go to the next question.
How you see wider society. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism.
Repeat that, I wasn't listening. I didn't hear the beginning.
Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism.
That feels like a very American question.
It does feel like a very American question.
I feel like this entire fucking thing was written by and for Americans. Whatever. I mean, it was,
but this could apply to France too. This definitely could apply to.
It can't very much, and despite how much, despite how hard they kind of went on anti-terrorism shit, I've never felt like it was intrusive. Although, I was a teenager doing most of, the terrorism shit, so it's not like it would have affected me anyway. So I would say disagree.
Significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in the democratic
yes. Well, I mean, it's like McQuan. If you just ignore what the people say, you can just do what you want. Hardcore disagree. Listen, you can just stop the sentence as one-party state, and there you go.
I actually personally take issue with including that question, because I feel like it is saying, even more so than any other question, which, to my knowledge, a lot of them have some factual basis, but a lot of the previous questions, there is personal and I don't want to say interpretation, but experiences and knowledge that tie into how you feel about these different issues. But in this question, it is like quite literally saying a factually true statement. A one-party state does get to avoid all of the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. That just doesn't necessarily mean it's good.
Well, that's the thing. What do they mean by progress? Because this progress is just going forward in any direction, then yeah. If by progress they mean something that goes towards the benefit of everyone, then fuck no.
I don't even necessarily like. I'm not even thinking about the interpretation of the word progress in this statement. I'm just saying it's factually true. You get to avoid when you don't have to deal with anybody else that you have to deal with in democracy. You can just do things.
Yeah, like
an advantage for that political party.
Yeah, like French people are discovering for the fucking 50 billionth time that like, oh wow, the government has just the power to ignore what we say? Oh really? I know about that.
So he does strongly disagree. Right. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried.
I disagree, because although I mean it is true that like people will not have to worry about like sanctions and shit like that, you know, like being fucking prosecuted or whatever, at least until the state fucking snaps and decides to become a totalitarian dictatorship. At the end of the day, you still have a right to privacy, and state should not step on that without a good reason. Because I mean, it's like the argument, oh, if we shove a camera up everyone's asshole, we'll get to find every criminal. Yeah, but you're shoving a camera in everyone's asshole. So disagree.
The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes.
Death penalty?
Yes.
Yes, I agree. I think there are some crimes that are unforgivable. That it doesn't matter whether they can be redeemed or not, that they shouldn't. Such as terrorism, mass murder, pedophilia. Pedophilia. I believe we should like fucking tattoo on pedophiles' foreheads that they are a pedophile, and then like leave them in a closed area for like a month, and like the laws don't apply to them. They have no rights. And you can just do whatever the fuck you want to them for a month, and then at the end of the month they get killed anyway. That's my stance on pedophilia. So
terrorism is actually an interesting one you bring up there, because that is effectively entirely state defined.
Well, I mean, to me it's like terrorist attacks, right? If you go, that's why I included mass murder, because to me it's on the same scale.
Like, sure, you could be like, oh, if you blow up a fucking supermarket.
Yeah, or if you decide to hit a drift on like 100 people, yeah.
But, and that is quite obviously, bad. But also,
but like
protests. Protests could be interpreted by the state as terrorism, depending on the content of the protest or the method in which it is done.
Which is why I said I agree, because I mean, I don't want either to give the opportunity for the government to just abuse that and just decide, oh, we'll just kill whoever we want. Obviously that is bad. I'm saying like if the crime is justifiable, like I said, stuff like mass murder or pedophilia.
And that is
like stuff that is like so morally like reprehensible and just unjustifiable that you're just like, fuck off. We don't even want you in society. We don't even care if you can be redeemed. Die.
But you mentioned something that is exactly why I strongly disagree with having the death penalty. Is you're opening up too much possibility for the state to take advantage of it, sure, but just to be wrong for injustice to occur in the first place, and for it to be an irreversible mistake to have taken place. Not to mention, I just don't think the state should have the right to kill people in the first place. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. That's a weird way of phrasing that.
Yeah, that is a weird way of phrasing that, because I mean, I believe the like hierarchies are natural and they will always happen, like regardless of what fucking system you're in, unless you're, well, even if you're anarchist. Even if you're anarchist,
about anarchy.
You're just returning to the laws of nature. There's gonna be a fucking guy that's just gonna grab all the guns and just be like, I'm gonna kill everyone who disagrees with me. Then what happens? Do you just obey? Or you just fucking die? You know? So I mean, yeah, but also I'm not like I'm gonna agree in the sense that I do believe that it will happen anyway. So it's like kind of useless to go against it. But I don't necessarily like want a fucking class war where, like, or a class enslavement where just rich people decide whatever the fuck they want to do with I don't want feudalism, basically. Feudalism sucks.
Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all.
What was the beginning of the question? Because the guy, that sounded weird. What the fuck?
Abstract art that represents nothing shouldn't be considered art at all.
That is insanely dumb. You fucking kill yourself. Massively disagree.
In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation.
Again, I hate that there's no neutral, because I think they're both equally important. I'll just say agree, because out of, like, from what I see in my day-to-day life, I do tend to care more about the punishment, seeing punishment happen, because I don't see it happen that often, like proper punishment, then rather I see like rehabilitation not happen. But like I said, like, I would rather there be an option. They're both equally important.
Time to try and rehabilitate some criminals.
Rehabilitate unless they're the pedos. You get you get thrown in the blender.
That was the question. It is a waste of time to try and rehabilitate some criminals.
Oh. Well, the keyword is some. Then I agree. Like I said, since I support death penalty for some crimes, then I do believe that there are some crimes that you shouldn't even bother with rehabilitation.
This person, God. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist.
Disagree.
Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers.
I'm gonna get cancelled again, but I'm gonna say I agree, in the sense that, I mean, yes, like, women kind of do get, like, born with a pre-packaged womb in which they will kind of like default to being the housemaker, but I believe that it doesn't necessarily have to lock them into that path necessarily, right? They should completely be what?
I am learning more about Alexy than I ever wanted to learn.
I mean,
multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant. Wait, what? Oh, I think they just missed a letter. multinational companies are unethically exploiting the planet. Wait, what? Plant genetic resources of development. Plant genetic. I'll just replace that word. Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the natural resources of developing countries.
Yes. I strongly agree.
Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of the military. Not the military. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity.
Disagree? Because you should. I mean, you should only make peace with the establishment if the establishment is being mature and legitimate itself. Right? You shouldn't. You should fucking not make peace with the establishment if the establishment is just pissing all over you.
I will once again contest the rehabilitation versus punishment, because even in the case of criminals who are currently have done irredeemable crimes, and we currently cannot rehabilitate them, that does not mean that we cannot research what makes them tick and learn how we might be able to rehabilitate them.
Like I said, Lemon, I'm talking about crimes that are so... Lemon, let me finish.
Which research into rehabilitation would be a component of rehabilitation.
At the end of the day, if someone commits like mass murder or pedophilia or stuff like that, stuff that is so morally reprehensible that they have no excuse, even the crazy excuse, maybe to some extent, I don't know, but at least, you know, for someone that is thinking correctly, they just, you know, not just fundamentally broken, I guess, even if they are, I'm not even sure this wouldn't apply, but
what you were fundamentally engaging in is dehumanization.
Yes, because I will not consider someone human, someone who just decides to kill hundreds of people for whatever reason. I don't care how much they feel justified.
What I mean by that is not so much whether their crimes are humane, but you are failing to take into account what may have driven them to that point in the first
not
place.
Failing that. I am saying it's not justifiable. As in, there is no excuse. I don't care what led you to that. If you decided to take that decision and you were mentally well enough to make a decision, because I think like there's like another problem if you. I think it's an entirely different thing if you're like unable to.
But that's the thing. If they are committing such acts, they are mentally unwell.
That's not necessarily true.
That is the point.
Listen, what do you mean by mentally unwell? Is an adult raping a child? Oh, he's just mentally unwell, officer. It's fine. We can rehabilitate him. I don't care. Fucking gun him. I don't care. Is someone who bombs a school or shoots up a school? Should they be forgiven or like have their fucking crimes not forgiven, but like just, you know, should you try to instead rehabilitate them because they might be mentally unwell? No, because there is a point where it's just unforgivable, and by unforgivable I mean unforgivable as in no, you will not. I don't agree with allowing them to be rehabilitated, because what about all the people they've hurt? Do they get a second chance? No. And it doesn't matter how unwell they are, unless it's literally to the point where like I don't fucking know, they're like literally brainless and someone just pushed them that way, in which case it's more so that there's someone else to punish. And that would be a very specific case. I am not talking about like just people being attracted to children, because that's different. So yeah, no, I don't care. I don't even care. It's like, oh, but we can fix it. I don't care. If they've already committed the crime, and that crime is so heinous, then fuck them.
Never insinuated that the crimes should be forgiven.
I know. Which is why I corrected myself.
If you have a research and rehabilitative approach to crime, then you have a better mechanism, a better understanding of how to prevent similar crimes being done by other people as well. Because if you simply imprison or execute people who have committed such crimes outright, then you are eliminating the potential, the possibility to understand what led them to that point, which would help in preventing other people from reaching that point themselves.
If you can find a way to keep the research going while still having them on death row, I'm fine with that.
That's the thing, Alexy. When you kill someone, they're dead.
Well, yeah, but you can be on death row for like literal decades.
And that is a contingency measure against incorrect executions. Because when you open up the possibility to execution, you open up the possibility for an incorrect conviction.
True, which is, by the way,
people are,
I'm only, by the way, I just want to clarify that.
Quickly you
Lemon,
engage in executions.
Lemon, let me clarify that. I'm only in favor of death penalty if the condition is that there is undeniable proof of the, like, basically you just got caught like just running over 100 people with a van, something like that, right? Or we have undeniable proof that like you just raped a kid or 2 or 10. Right, we found like fucking a bazillion children in your basement with like pictures of you doing shit with them, right?
That's the thing now, isn't there, Alexy? There's this statement within the United States legal system where you have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. And there have been many cases in which, in the trial, guilt had been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But it has come out after that person has been executed later on that the conviction was wrongful. And
I know that has happened in the US, and I know that's a pretty big thing in the US, which is, don't get me wrong, I want to make this, I want to make those cases be, if possible, completely eradicated, right? As in, like, there shouldn't be a case like that, obviously. The thing is, I think this is another different problem than whether we have death penalty or not. Because even if we don't, you can still have people be wrongly imprisoned for like life, or even just wrongly imprisoned, period. That is a failure of the judicial system that needs to be solved. That's another problem, basically. I think it's still a problem whether or not you have death penalty. It's another problem. It's just, yes, because it's even worse when you do kill someone. But even if you didn't, it's still a big problem that needs to be solved. It's something else to me. Basically, I don't care. You will not change my mind on that. That is one topic I think strongly about.
Or religion.
Kill them all.
Astrology accurately explains many things.
No. I don't know. Fucking strongly disagree.
Not be moral without being religious.
You can't be moral without. No, that's bullshit. Completely disagree.
Charity is better than social security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged.
Strongly disagree. Charity is like, it's not something you can just rely on wherever. Like, it's just based on the willingness of people. Like, it's not a substitute to social security.
People are naturally unlucky.
What'd you say?
Some people are naturally unlucky.
That's both a very simple question and a very complex one.
With how frequently luck is referred to and on a daily basis in natural language, it is difficult to think about it from a literal point of view.
I would say I disagree. Even if I think the question is a bit irrelevant, even if I kind of know where they're going with this. Like, kind of the idea of like, is like your place in society like luck based or not? I mean, obviously there's some luck element because you don't choose where you're born and shit.
No, I don't think that's what they're going for. Given the question surrounding it, I think it's more a superstition. It's like what?
Maybe because we're talking about religions, I guess.
Yeah, keep in mind they asked about astrology.
You're right.
No, they covered the whole, like, I don't know if they covered it. I don't think they covered it explicitly, but they basically covered the naturally disadvantaged part in the previous sections through more like overtly political questions.
Listen, I just feel kind of scared of, like, you know, being catechumened on this fucking thing where it's like, yeah, no, I don't believe in luck, and then the test being like, oh, so you're a fascist and you think everyone is just too lazy to be rich?
No, you answered other questions that would make you out to be a fascist. It is important that my child's school instills religious values.
Strongly disagree. Oh, fuck no. Get your fucking Bible out of my face.
Finally, a look at sex. Sex outside marriage is usually immoral.
What do they mean by that? Do they mean hookup? Do they mean like dating? Do they mean just?
I know that you personally don't engage in sex, Alexy.
Fuck
but
off.
Do you think that having sex outside of marriage? I feel like I wanted to put a different qualifying. I wanted to put that there. But do you think that sex outside of marriage is immoral?
No, I would disagree.
A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. Do you think gay people should have kids?
I would agree. If like, the criteria should not really be on if they're gay, they should be on if the house is stable enough.
That's what they're saying, is that they are in a stable, loving relationship.
Which is why I said I agree.
Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population.
Should be legal?
Yeah, legal.
And that's what it is, right?
Currently...
I mean, there is the argument that, like, porn is a facilitator for the degeneracy of society and might contribute to bad behavior and addictions in some people. But I don't think it warrants being illegal, so I would say yes, I guess. It should be legal.
Direction is pretty much
hentai is better anyway.
Well, I mean, I feel like that would count as pornography, but
well, it was said specifically between consenting adults. We're not talking about drawings here.
Yeah, that's fair. What you said about fucking contributing to like addiction and degeneracy. I mean, that is true for some individuals, but it is widely untrue for the population. And if you
Which is why I
just
said
take a
some
look
individuals.
and if you just take a look at contemporary society, as it turns out, the people who are against pornography tend to be the most fascist, uncaring, morally awful people. Anyways, so.
Sure.
What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state.
I strongly agree.
Of course, the exception that it is rape.
Well, which is why they specified consenting.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, that's a good point. They did specify consenting.
Lemon, read the question.
I was about to say I don't think the question is like trying to get on that track anyways. But it does say consenting, so yes.
The state should not have the say between what happens between me and the children in my basement.
Alexy, those aren't adults. Those aren't adults, Alexy.
And they're not consenting either. Oh my fucking god, I should not say that on stream. Guys, for legal reason, everything I just said is a joke. Everything I said today is a joke. Everything I've ever said is a joke. Please don't hate me. This is a meme.
No one can feel naturally homosexual.
I strongly disagree. You guys are so fucking gay. There's no way that's not unnatural. That's not in your nature.
You may be a misogynist, but you're not a homophobe. These days, openness about sex has gone too far.
I would say so. I think hookup culture has become too much of the norm. As in, it's kind of destabilizing and it's incentivizing people to just seek shallow and like short-term pleasure over long-term sustainable relationships and deeper connections. So I would say yes. I agree.
A virgin take right there.
You're a virgin take, okay?
Now let's see where you stand here. Stop giving me examples of who is where. So, you are. So I'll give you some precise numbers, but you are in the lower left quadrant, apparently.
So it doesn't change from last time I took the test.
It is gridded out such that there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 is gridded out to be 10 by 10 in any given quadrant. And you are minus 1.63 left and minus 2.05 libertarian. So
okay.
You are pretty slightly left and libertarian.
Okay.
That being said, based on your responses, I personally would call you like the most centrist motherfucker on the planet, because you have like polarly opposite authoritarian, libertarian, and left-right takes in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I mean that's why I told you. I just have different ideas depending on different situations, because through my life experiences, I've just realized that some people have good points and some people have very bad points, and I'm just like, well, I'm just gonna take the good points as long as they work together. Yeah, I'll take them.
I want to let you know that all of my points are good points. Sure,
buddy.
Wait,
anyway, people in the chat, I hope I didn't disgust you with my awful centrism. If you're still watching Lauranis, let me know what you think of the drawing so far. Getting some blood if you.
Human Rights Watch details its reasons for finding Singapore a deeply... Oh wait, not Singapore though. I'm more curious about Switzerland. Uruguay is the world's 44th most free economy and a leading Latin American light and social freedoms. from gay and lesbian rights to legalization of cannabis. Switzerland also has a high rating as a libertarian economy, while at the same time providing a wide range of social welfare programs in common with the Nordic states. Wait, but the social welfare programs put them farther left. Why are they so far right? Whatever, I don't know a lot about Switzerland.
Switzerland? Well, Switzerland is historically very neutral, so I'm guessing they're pretty centrist. They're base central fascist like me.
just because in terms of like warfare and whatnot and alliances they've taken neutral stances doesn't mean that their like economy and government is centrist.
Well, actually, Switzerland is known for being a like fiscal heaven, so maybe that's why.
It is far right economically and a little libertarian. China is apparently only not very far left. Super authoritarian.
Who?
But I would think it based if they put the United States on this political compass, but that might have been too much of a landmine.
That would have been a fucking shit show. The United States is the entire fucking quadrant.
The United States would be put just like all the way to the right. It would be put all the way to the right alongside Singapore.
Well, hold on. What is are those based on like just the average?
What do you mean?
Like, what are you looking at right now? Is it? I thought it was the average per country.
It's no. They have in explaining the chart. They put 6 dots on North Korea, China, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Uruguay, and Switzerland. And so I'm just looking at those examples. North Korea is like top left corner, super left but super authoritarian. They're ultra communist.
Yeah.
China is ultra authoritarian, pretty like basically at the top, and a couple of grid spaces to the left. Saudi Arabia also super authoritarian, but is also very right. Singapore is literally on the rightmost edge and is very authoritarian. And then Uruguay and Switzerland are very far right, but are a little libertarian.
Okay.
By the way, there are no libertarians when the bank runs happen. When the banks fail, there are no libertarians.
When the banks failed? Is that what you said?
Yeah, when the banks fail, there are no libertarians.
I don't know. I don't know enough about banking to say yes or no.
The reason why to say that is because libertarians, you know, they're like deregulation, don't infringe upon my government, whatever, don't have any input into the banking industry, you know, don't regulate the banks or whatever. But when a bank run happens and the banks fail, and all the libertarians with their millions of dollars in the bank suddenly don't have their money insured, are at potential to lose their money, they're like, please, daddy government, bail me out. Please bail me out, daddy government. I want my millions of dollars, daddy government.
Boo-hoo. I will destroy the government. And the industries. I will destroy them all. Yeah, thank you for the ID. I am probably cancelled on Twitter.com as we speak.
I decided to not dwell on your choices for abortion and women being housewives.
Listen, I said that like women having a womb kind of naturally disposes them to be the housemaker, as in because they're just gonna be pregnant anyway for like 9 months and then have a baby to take care of. That I didn't say that like, oh, the wife's role is always to take care of the kid. I said literally the most fucking like lukewarm take of all time. Yeah, women do give birth, therefore they do have that predisposition, but that's about it. That doesn't mean they should be forced into the role, or that they should be prevented from working and getting a career.
You are not doing yourself any favors by
How?
dwelling on the subject.
How?
The most and more specifically, the issues arise with your take on abortion, but probably again shouldn't dwell on that.
Yeah, we won't.
I can't believe I started using Twitter before Elon Musk bought it.
I mean, yeah, so did everyone. Pretty much.
Well, I had avoided using effectively social media entirely, but I had not used Twitter until I think I saw it said like May 2022. So,
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah, it might have been a month or yeah, I think it was May.
Einsamkeit, die Kälte, die mich durchdringt, Traurigkeit, verfolgt mich bis in die Nacht. Das Mondlicht wirft monochrome Schatten, es spiegelt meine Seele. Dieser Schmerz lässt mein Körper niedergehen, zitternd versuche ich wieder aufzustehen. Bin
Here we
allein,
go.
doch meine Angst zeig ich nicht. Seit langer Zeit such ich
Do that. Hold on. It's me. That is what I scored back in when was this?
Well, that is
November.
unsurprising.
Might even be a little bit further left now.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hey, but at least I'm not like a fucking insane leftist.
I mean, you're like literally fucking 2 squares away, though.
Well, okay.
That's not me. You said that. It's a fucking graph.
Being on the edge is not what I mean by being insane. Being a Marxist does not make you insane. It is being a social justice warrior and somebody who chirps on other leftists for not being leftist enough. That's what makes you an insane leftist.
Sure. Those are insufferable.
Yeah.
I mean, they exist on the right too, but they are
And
they are even worse on the left because they do like claim a moral superiority on literally everyone else. And unlike the right wingers, it's very like the right wingers is very easy to disprove them that they're just morally wrong. But the the SJW types will just completely disagree and will make it your problem.
Well, here's the thing. In most cases, they are right. They're just like awful human beings in the process. Because
I mean, yes, like they will justify their It's kind of like the idea, you know what happened with the Hogwarts Legacy situation. Not to dwell too much onto that, but you know how like people started arresting streamers and stuff, and just people were playing the video game because they decided to boycott it, but they just made it like insanely. They made such an insane outreach to basically make it everyone's problem, when at the end of the day the boycott not only didn't work, it was counterproductive to the point where the game is like one of the best selling games of all time now. But that didn't stop them from.
The reason it became best selling, but still,
I know, yeah. But it definitely didn't help. There was a massive Streisand effect on this.
So
what I'm saying is that basically it's not even about the game itself. It's just what I'm saying is that you have some people who will justify any of their actions by thinking they're morally right, and those are the type of people that SJWs are. It doesn't even matter if they're right or not. They will just justify any actions, including harassment, fucking being a bitch, and sometimes worse than that.
Yeah, it was definitely a bad look, and it was never going to work. Consumer side boycotting like that, it just wasn't going to work. Trans people are like such a small portion of the population that they were never going to get enough momentum to make any sort of dent in the success of that game. And so like the reason, like, so you have to understand that for in specifically that type of case, the concerns that these people have is coming from a genuine place of being
Lemon, I'm not disagreeing with you. I am.
Let me go on my tangent, Alexy. Because this isn't directed towards you.
Okay.
It's coming from a genuine place of being harmed by society and ostracized by it and whatnot. Is where specifically in cases related to like misogyny and LGBT rights and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And the thing is that first of all, conservative right-wing people are never going to understand that in the first place because they are the ones that are taking your rights away. But people on the left, when they act out towards people, they're failing to understand the point of their movement in the first place. Because when you want left-wing momentum and left-wing ideas and revolution, implementation, whatever, what you don't want to do is ostracize people from your movement. And
exactly.
That is what a lot of left-wing people do when they go on tirades against not just right-wing people, but left-wing people too.
Against everyone.
For things that they, for things that they say or do. For saying,
they will even sometimes cannibalize themselves because they will retroactively decide, oh, actually, you know, that thing we said before, well, actually everyone who didn't agree with us, or even people who agree with us but not to the same extent, they're also like irredeemable pieces of shit that we should get rid of. That's something I've seen a lot happen online for like the past like 7 years, 8 years. Yeah, it's definitely a problem with the left.
A lot of the core fundamentals behind left-wing ideology is humanitarian. It's looking out for people who are downtrodden and uplifting them in society, and in constantly chirping about other people, you're failing to be humanitarian. You are failing to be charitable towards those people. You are failing to adequately explain to them why they might be wrong, why their lives might be improved or better suited under left-wing ideas rather than right-wing ones, rather than bringing them over to your side. And when you do it to other left-wing people, you are just breaking apart your own movement. You're splintering your own support just because you're not being nice. You're going against your own fundamentals by not being nice. Whenever you explain things to people, you have to be nice about it. You have to be charitable. You have to understand that they don't understand your ideology, and they don't understand where their ideology comes from. And they are going to be implicitly resistant to changing their minds. They have been, in a sense, indoctrinated to their current beliefs, to their current system by that system. And in order to change the system, you also have to change the minds of the people who believe that system is fine. And you're not going to do that by being mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. This is not how it works.
It definitely isn't.
This is why whenever my mom like gets upset by me like effectively saying anything at all, and she's like, thinking about politics is just gonna make you like a angrier person who dislikes everything, and you're just gonna live an upset, unhappy life. I'm like, fair, from your personal experience, the people you have met who, whenever they engage in politics, become unhappy as a result. But not only do those people engage on the right-wing side of politics most of the time, but on top of that, you are failing to recognize the fundamental components of my engagement with politics. Is that in some ways, I get enjoyment out of explaining these things to people, about educating people.
Yeah, I felt that.
But to be upset in any conversation that I have with people regarding these topics would be to defeat the point in the first place. You just get nowhere. It would make me unhappy, and it would make me even more unhappy that I'm not getting anywhere. It just would be unproductive. So I like explaining anything in a calm, collected manner, for the most part. Even when you're wrong.
Well, that's like your opinion, man.
A lot of times it's not my opinion.
A lot of times it is your opinion, man.
It most definitely is not. It's a lot of times pretty.
Well, that's like
true.
your opinion, man. Alright, we're getting somewhere with this drawing.
Touching the screen. Let me start. Oh, it's connecting. There we go. I remembered to connect my PC Limbus account to my phone account before I left.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. I'm level fucking 33. Let's fucking go.
Well, that's cool and all, but I'm level 40 or something in Fortnite, huh? You say the same thing? No, you can't.
I was about to say that's like literally impossible, but then you said in Fortnite.
Actually, I'm a gamer god. Not only am I an anime god, I'm also a gamer god.
Alexy, I'm used to darkness. One time I stayed alone in a cramped room with no power for 59 days.
Damn, I haven't done the no power part because I mean we haven't run out of power for that long.
I know you've stayed alone in a cramped room for like multiple years at this point.
Well, it's been approximately 5 years, and I wasn't that social beforehand anyway.
I know you need to touch grass there, Alexy, but at least you have the internet.
At least I have the internet. At least I have you, chat.
I fucking love the writing of this company. I love how Don Quixote calls you Manager Esquire.
Manager Esquire?
Yeah, Manager, because the character that she is based on, Don Quixote, like the entire point of the story is that he is LARPing as a knight. Chivalry is effectively fake and dead, but Don Quixote is enchanted by the ideals of chivalry and wishes to embody them and go on like a quest across the journey across the land and become like a famous knight and have stories written about him. And
so you're saying he's literally a Sigma male?
And slay some monsters or whatever.
Yeah, isn't there a thing that he he's trying to like fight windmills at some point or something? I thought it's like
yes. I was about to say he's so Sigma. He fought a windmill because he thought it was a giant.
Insanely based.
And so
go get that bread, King.
Yeah, and so Don Quixote in Limbo's company is much the same way, though reformatted to fit within the setting. So Don Quixote fucking pedestalizes, whatever the fucking word for that is that I forget. Fixers, the effectively general worker, odd job people that also like kill people and beat up monsters and whatnot. She idolizes fixers and talks in like very lengthy and old-fashioned language. But like very quickly too. Like whenever you see text from Don Quixote appear on screen, what you are simultaneously hearing in the voice dialogue is some Korean lady speaking really fast. Saying a lot of words real quick. So she'll go around and she will do things for the sake of justice, such as execute people and beat up customs officers for doing their job.
Best?
Which then causes them to do their job on you. But I just think it's really entertaining that she calls you Manager Esquire because of the whole like idolization and fantasization of fixers. Like, I want to be cool just like that. She collects stickers of prominent fixers, stickers and figurines and autographs. I love doing is finding like I don't know if they fit niche, but like I suppose somewhat unknown isekai manga on my anime list that are like surprisingly enjoyable.
Nice. My favorite isekai is Redo the Healer.
Because it's not even an isekai.
I know, I don't care.
It's actually just a normal fantasy. Everybody just thinks it's an isekai because of its content.
It's basically an isekai without the 5-minute scene at the beginning where the main character dies in another world. Well, I mean, it kinda does, but it's just not another world.
Yeah, it's a different timeline. So...
Hold on, give me a minute. Lauranus, I don't think you're still watching, but if you are, let me know what you think of the drawing. I'm gonna save it and export it and send it to you. And yeah, we'll work on the next drawing in a second.
And so my latest find here is Netachara Tensei Toka Anmarida. Did I seriously just get reincarnated as my gag character? Which as per usual, the actual content of the story does not have as much to do with the title or premise as you would initially think. But effectively, this guy made a role-play character in a video game who was not spec'd out for combat, but was just spec'd out to have fun roleplay. And gets reincarnated as that character. And so he gets to live out his life of roleplay. But even then, it's not even like he's really role-playing all that much in a Chunibyo way, as the synopsis would lead you to believe. But it just essentially turns into a slice of life fantasy journey between this lead character and the child that they adopted like right at the beginning by saving her from some bandits.
Okay.
And they're lesbians.
Alright.
But they don't have sex. It's kosher.
That's cringe.
I know. I do like the way that these characters are like drawn and designed. in some ways though. It's just like fun and cute. Kingdom Hearts ad that's not actually a Kingdom Hearts ad.
Alright, that was our 29th drawing. That means Luanis only has one drawing left. I don't think she sent me what she wanted for this one. No, she didn't. And the one left is in normal sketch. What drawing are we next? Could do one of Dixie. Okay, know what Reborn wants. I have two request balls from way back. Need to draw that so I could draw them. Don't know what Dromedar wants. Mage Flight game might beat either. So I guess other than that is Asboy. I got 4 that I know what I can draw. Alright, so we'll work on that over the course of the day. In the meantime, I'm gonna take a toilet break. I'll be back in a minute. See you guys. See you, Lemon. Alright, I'm back. Lemon, you there? Give me a minute to think. But I am thinking that I might end the stream there to go get some sleep before starting the stream again in a few hours. Because we're like 3 hours away from where I would end the stream, but I'm also very, very tired. I want to go for the rest of the day, so I might just end the stream here for now. Then come back in like 5 hours or something. And once I'm back, we will try to go for as long as possible. That. Oh, you back, Lemon?
I'm here. What do you mean? Just
No.
didn't hear me? Oh my god.
You know, you were silent until now.
Bullshit. Fucking bullshit.
Anyway, did you hear what I just said or not?
Yeah? Wait.
Okay, yeah, well...
Not deaf.
Okay. Well, no, because I couldn't hear you, so I thought you were away or something. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna end the stream for now. I'll come back in about 5-6 hours, and then we'll go the rest of the day. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you for coming to this short stream. That's only the first part of the day, so yeah. Technically I beat the counter of days too, because we're now officially into the 5th day. And 27 days left. Alright everyone, goodbye, see you later in the morning.